Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This is probably one of those things I'll regret writing down, but it's been clawing at the back of my head for weeks now. I don't know how else to make sense of it. Maybe if I try to lay it out plainly, like a report or a journal or whatever, it'll stop rattling around in my chest. I haven't told anyone yet. Not because I'm scared of how it sounds okay. Maybe partly that, but mostly because I still don't understand it myself. And the more I think about it, the more I start wondering if maybe that's the point. That I'm not supposed to understand it, that someone else understood it for me and just never told me. So, here's the beginning. Last winter, I started going to therapy. Not for anything dramatic, no breakdown, no crisis, just the slow kind of unraveling you don't notice until you realize you haven't really looked anyone in the eyes for a month and a half. The kind of silence that grows roots in your house when you stop having conversations out loud. I was sleeping too much, avoiding people, letting messages pile up unread. You know that feeling when your brain feels too loud and too flat at the same time? That's where I was. I booked an intake appointment at a clinic in Back Bay. Place looked nice online. Clean office, light wood furniture, those little off-white throw blankets that make everything look like an ad for herbal tea. My therapist's name was Dr. Mara. She looked like the kind of person who could talk to a crowd without checking her notes. Warm smile, soft voice, but very precise. I always got the feeling she noticed more than she let on. We met once a week for about 3 months. It was fine. Some sessions were better than others. I wasn't great at opening up, but she never pushed. She'd ask a question, let it hang there, and if I didn't want to touch it, she'd just nod and make a note. Nothing strange ever happened. No creepy vibes, no weird advice, just standard stuff, anxiety management, cognitive reframing, small behavioral goals. She gave me breathing exercises and told me to try walking without headphones once in a while. That was it. Then work changed. My schedule flipped, and I couldn't make the Thursday slot anymore. I called to reschedule, but they didn't have availability for weeks, so I decided to switch clinics. No big deal. I asked for a copy of my file, partly for continuity, partly because I thought maybe it would be good to actually read how I'd been doing. It took about 10 days. They mailed it in a thin white envelope with one of those peel and stick closures. It didn't feel heavy enough to matter. I opened it at my kitchen table while my tea was steeping. There were maybe 15 pages. Most of it looked normal: appointment dates, intake forms, symptom scales. My handwriting on the initial worksheet. I flipped through it casually at first, skimming more than reading. Then I started to slow down. Some of the session summaries felt unfamiliar. Like this one, patient describes dreams as layered, claims that sometimes he wakes up inside another dream before actually waking. I remember talking vaguely about bad sleep, but I never said anything about layered dreams. That's not even something I've experienced. It didn't sound like me. A few pages later, another one. Subject reports movement in house at night, despite living alone. Indicates belief that someone may be entering through wall spaces. That one stopped me completely. I never said that. I've never said that to anyone. Because that's not my fear. I don't believe that. I've never believed that. And I sure as hell didn't tell Dr. Mara something like that. At first, I figured it had to be a mistake. Maybe they mixed up notes. Maybe someone else's file got merged with mine. It happens. Offices lose stuff, misfile things. I kept flipping through, trying to find something with a different name, but every page had mine at the top, the same header, the same patient ID. There were more entries like that. Patient identifies low-frequency vibration in flooring beneath bed, describes it as a purring that is not mechanical. Subject makes passing comment about additional door in apartment, but cannot locate it again after waking. Believes dreams are being observed, suggests the presence of a monitoring system. I felt sick. My hands were shaking. I remember putting the pages down and stepping away from the table, just walking into the bathroom and turning the faucet on, even though I didn't need it. I looked at myself in the mirror and tried to remember if I'd said anything even remotely close to that. I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. I sat back down, flipped to the last page. There was one more note, handwritten. Patient unconcerned about second presence observed during sessions, subject unaware. That was all it said. Below it, paper clipped to the bottom corner, was a printed photo. Standard printer paper, slightly blurry, a photo taken from inside the office. I could tell by the wallpaper, the plant in the corner, the little framed quote on the shelf behind me. It was a shot of me sitting on the couch, facing forward. Only, in the reflection of the window behind me, there was someone else, blurred, standing just over my left shoulder. Too tall to be Dr. Mara, too close to not be noticed. But I never saw them. I don't remember how long I sat there staring at that photo. The reflection didn't even make sense. The figure was too solid, too defined for how soft the lighting was in that office. I kept telling myself maybe it was a coat on a rack or a trick of the blinds or something I just never noticed in person. But that wasn't it. I knew that. The posture was too precise. You could see the shoulders, the faint curve of a jaw. Even though the face was blurred, it was unmistakably someone. Not a shadow, not a jacket, a person. And I had no memory of them being in the room with me. I flipped the pages back again, searching for something, a name, a reference, anything that could explain why there were notes I didn't recognize, observations that didn't belong to me. None of it helped. Every page insisted I'd said these things, and Dr. Mara never once made it seem like anything unusual was happening. If she noticed someone else in the room, she hadn't mentioned it aloud. And maybe that was the worst part, that the notes weren't surprised, that they read like clinical observations of something expected, as if my obliviousness was the anomaly. I ended up spreading the pages across my kitchen table in sequence, trying to find a pattern. The entries that felt wrong didn't start right away. The first 2 or 3 sessions read like I remembered them. Mentions of anxiety, trouble concentrating, some insomnia. Then around week 4, the language started shifting. Not obviously, but the tone got colder, more observational. Phrases like subject presence instead of patient feels. Words like monitoring, unaware, presence. The language of study, not therapy. It made me think of those weird internet stories you sometimes see about people finding journals or files where they're being written about in third person. How something so small, a switch in phrasing, can make it feel like the ground underneath you is moving. I tried to call the clinic. No answer. It rang 6 times, then dropped to a generic voicemail. I left a message. Just asked them to call me back. Didn't say what it was about. I thought about calling Dr. Mara directly, but she never gave out her personal number. Everything went through the front desk. So I waited. The next day, I went by in person. The clinic looked the same. Same soft lighting, same front desk plants, same quiet music playing from somewhere out of sight. A different receptionist was there. Young, polite, new. I asked if Dr. Morrow was in. The girl blinked and said, "She doesn't work here anymore." That stopped me cold. I asked when she left. Couple months ago, I think, before I started. They didn't say much, just that she left suddenly. I asked where she went. She didn't know. I asked if I could speak to someone else, a manager, a director, anybody. She said they were all in a meeting. The way she said it, too quick, like she'd been trained, made me feel like she'd already had that conversation with other people, that other patients had come back looking for someone who wasn't there. I left without pushing. It didn't feel like the kind of place that gave you real answers if you asked too many questions. When I got back home, the folder of notes was gone. I had left it on the table, exactly where I'd spread them out. I hadn't touched them since. At first, I thought maybe I misplaced them, that I'd moved them in a haze of anxiety. I tore the apartment apart, checked the trash, checked behind the fridge. Nothing. They were just gone. Except for one thing. The photo. It was still on the floor under the table, half crumpled, like it had fallen when I stood up the night before. I picked it up carefully, smoothed it out, looked again at the reflection in the glass. Still there. Same figure, same placement, just over my left shoulder, angled like they were watching me from behind, close enough to touch. This time I noticed something I hadn't before. In the reflection, my mouth was open slightly, like I was talking, but I hadn't been talking in that session. I remember that one clearly. It was one of those days where I couldn't find the words. I just sat there with my hands in my lap while Dr. Mara wrote notes and occasionally looked up to nod. But in the photo I was mid-sentence. And the reflection behind me? Its mouth was open too. Not wide. Just enough to mimic mine. Like it was speaking with me. Or for me. I dropped the photo and backed away from it like it had burned me. And the worst part? When I picked it up again later and looked closer, the angle of the mouth had changed. The thing about noticing something once is that you start noticing it everywhere. After the photo, I kept telling myself I'd imagined it, that I'd misremembered the session. That maybe my mouth had moved slightly. Maybe I'd sighed or whispered or done something small that got frozen wrong in the frame. That the figure's mouth, whatever that even was, had just looked open because of a smudge or motion blur or the lighting hitting glass in the wrong way. But then it changed. I know how crazy that sounds, I really do. But I left the photo on my desk overnight, And the next morning I looked again, same figure, same window reflection, and the expression was different. Barely, but enough. The mouth had widened, not into a smile, just stretched, more open, more engaged. And now the eyes, or the area where the eyes would have been, looked darker, deeper. Like something had sunk further inward. I took a picture of the photo with my phone, just in case. I wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering. I compared it to how it looked earlier. It wasn't identical. It was like a new frame in a video. Just the next moment, I told myself I was losing it, that it was stress, sleep deprivation, projection. I hadn't been eating right. I hadn't been talking to anyone. I was probably reading too much into a bad photocopy. That happens. People see faces in static. I tried to let it go. But something about the way the photo stayed on my desk bothered me. Not just its presence, but its placement. Every time I came back into the room, it felt like it had shifted slightly. Like it was edging toward the side, slowly, one movement at a time. I threw it out, folded it in half, dropped it in the trash, and took the bag outside right away. I stood at the edge of the dumpster for longer than I needed to, making sure it landed under everything else. I walked away fast and didn't look back. That night, I dreamed of the office. Not in full detail, just fragments. The couch, the shelves, the soft lighting, but darker now. More shadows than there had been in real life. The window had no view, just black glass. And I wasn't sitting alone. The dream version of me was still, hands in lap, mouth shut. But something behind me wasn't. The shape, whatever it was, had hands on the sides of my head. Not pressing, just resting, like it was teaching me how to sit, how to hold still, how to wait. When I woke up, I was facing the wall. I never sleep that way. The photo was back on the desk, folded in half. Same crease I'd made. Same smoothed out look, like it had been handled too many times. And the face? The mouth was completely open now. Not wide. Not screaming. Just enough to show a hint of teeth. That day, I went back to the clinic. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't have a plan. I just needed to see the room again. The receptionist was someone new again. I told her I was a former patient and needed to pick up some insurance forms. She looked confused but let me in, said someone would be with me shortly. Then she answered the phone and looked away. I didn't wait. I walked straight past the front desk and turned the corner toward the hallway. The offices were mostly closed. But the last one on the left, Dr. Mara's old room, was cracked open. I pushed it gently, and it was the same. Exactly the same. Same couch. Same framed print of a forest. Same window. I stepped inside slowly. The air smelled faintly of lavender and printer ink. I walked toward the window and looked at the glass. No reflection. Just gray sky and the blurred shape of a brick building across the street. I sat on the couch. Same cushion give, same creak. I sat the way I had in the photo. Hands folded. Facing forward. Mouth closed. And then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft, familiar. A breath. Not mine. Not in my head. Close. I didn't turn around. I stayed exactly as I was. And slowly, very slowly, I lifted my phone and opened the camera. Turned it to front-facing. Held it just high enough to see behind me in the frame. And there it was. Not a face. Not even a full figure. Just a shape. A suggestion of someone leaning forward behind me. Not touching me, but there. As if it had always been there. As if it was me. I stood up, left the room without a word, and walked home in silence. I haven't told anyone. I haven't gone back. But I still check my phone camera and mirrors sometimes, just to be sure. And every once in a while, I catch something just at the edge of the frame. Not reflected. Just present. Waiting. I kept telling myself it could still be a trick of the light. A reflection layered on top of a shadow. An echo of movement behind me, captured at just the right moment. But the more I tried to explain it away, the more I realized how thin those explanations were. I wasn't scared in a horror movie way. I wasn't screaming or running or calling anyone. I was just tired. Like the fear had moved in quietly and unpacked its things, and now I was just learning to live around it. I didn't delete the photo I took in the therapist's office. I should have. I knew that. But instead, I'd find myself opening it, staring at it, zooming in a little more each time, trying to decide whether the shape behind me was moving between views. I'd close it, swear to myself I was done, and then check it again a few hours later. It never changed, not exactly, but I started to get the feeling that it was aware of being looked at, and that maybe it didn't mind. The photo wasn't the only thing acting strange. My apartment started feeling different too. It was subtle at first, a book slightly out of place, a chair not tucked in the same way I left it, the feeling that the fridge door had been opened while I was out. Nothing big enough to call proof, just small things that made me feel like I was being nudged. I stopped using the overhead light in my bedroom because I couldn't stand seeing my own reflection at night. Not in the mirror, not in the window, because sometimes when I moved, it didn't move with me, at least not right away. And when I lay down to sleep, I kept getting the urge to look over my shoulder, like something was behind me, hovering just past my periphery. It got worse when I found the file. Not the one from the clinic. This was something else. I was clearing space off my laptop and found a folder tucked into a temp directory with a name I didn't recognize, just a string of random letters. I opened it without thinking, assuming it was junk. Inside were 4 documents, all .text files, all named with dates. The earliest was from the week I started therapy. The first few lines made me think it was some leftover journal file, maybe something I'd written and forgotten about. But the tone wasn't right. It wasn't in my voice. It was about me, but not from me. Subject exhibited mild anxiety during intake, avoided eye contact when asked about past trauma, responds well to direct questions, minimal resistance, unaware of passive presence during initial session. That phrase again. Passive presence. The more I read, the worse it got. Each file documented a different session, Only the first one matched anything I remembered. The rest, they were different. Observations of my behavior, the temperature of the room, the amount of noise from the hallway, comments about when I blinked, when I paused too long between sentences, mentions of subject failing to recognize mirrored expression shift. I read that one twice. Mirrored expression shift. Like something was responding with me, or through me. The final file ended abruptly, just a single sentence. Integration pending. I sat with that for a long time. I didn't delete the files. I couldn't. Something about them felt unfinished. Or maybe that's what they wanted me to feel, like there was more to come, like the last page hadn't been written yet, and I was expected to play it out in real time. That night, I turned every mirror in the apartment toward the wall, even the ones in the medicine cabinet. I turned my phone camera around with tape, unplugged the webcam on my laptop. I didn't want to see myself reflected back. I didn't want to know if the thing I was becoming wasn't me anymore. I tried calling the clinic again, just to hear a voice. The number was disconnected. I Googled Dr. Mara. Nothing. No forwarding address, no new practice, no LinkedIn. It was like she'd never existed outside of that room. A few days later, someone knocked at my door. Not hard, just a soft, even rhythm. 2 knocks, then a pause, 2 more. I didn't answer. They didn't leave. I stayed still for what felt like forever, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the bottom edge of the door like something might slide under it. Eventually, the knocking stopped. I didn't go outside for the rest of the day. That night I dreamed again. Same office, same chair. Only this time, I wasn't the one in it. I was standing behind myself, watching. The me in the chair looked pale, dull, a copy that had faded 1 layer too far. And behind him, behind me, stood the shape again. Closer now. One hand resting lightly on the shoulder. Not heavy, not threatening. Just settled. Like it belonged there. Like it had always belonged there. I didn't sleep after that dream. I just laid there in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my own breath, and wondering if it was the only breath in the room. It felt like something was sitting in the corner, just out of view, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I didn't look. I didn't move. I just stayed still and tried to convince myself that whatever I had seen in dreams, in reflections, in notes I didn't remember speaking, had to be some kind of dissociation, some trick of the mind stretching itself thin. I stopped going to work after that. I told them I was sick, and at first they were understanding. Then came the emails, the check-ins. I didn't answer. I couldn't explain what was going on without sounding like I'd cracked. And in a way, I wasn't sure I hadn't. But even the thought of going outside made me feel like I'd be stepping into a copy of the world that wasn't quite right anymore. Like everything was running a few seconds behind the real version, and if I looked at anything too closely, I'd see where the edges didn't line up. I started talking out loud again, just around the apartment, little things. I'm making coffee now. I'm going to bed. I'm not looking at the mirror. I didn't mean to, it just started happening. I think I wanted to hear myself, to remind myself that I still had a voice, that I was still me, but after a while, I started feeling like I wasn't alone in the conversation, like someone was waiting for their turn to speak, not echoing, just mirroring. The apartment got colder. No reason for it. The thermostat was fine, but I'd wake up with the kind of chill you feel when someone opens a door in another room and lets the night inside. And sometimes I'd walk past a mirror, I'd turn to the wall, and I'd swear I felt heat radiating from the glass, like the thing on the other side had breath, like it had weight. One morning I woke up to find my phone on the floor next to the bed, camera app open, front facing. I hadn't touched it. I always charge it on the nightstand. The battery was dead, but when I plugged it in, the last thing open was the photo gallery. A new folder had been created. No name, no icon, just a black square. Inside it were 6 photos. All of me, sleeping, taken from eye level, a few feet away. Same angle in each one. In the 5th photo, my mouth was slightly open. In the 6th, the photo was darker, not in exposure but in tone, like the light in the room had been sucked out or pushed away. I was still in bed. But in the lower corner of the frame, just near my elbow, was a hand. Not touching me. Not mine. Just there. Resting on the blanket. Pale. Unmoving. I don't remember sleeping with anyone in the apartment. I don't remember waking up to anything out of place. But that photo told me something had been there, next to me, steady enough to hold a camera and still enough to not wake me. I deleted the photos. Then I deleted the folder. Then I threw the whole phone into the sink and turned the water on. I watched the screen crack and blacken under the stream. It felt good. For about an hour. Until I heard a knock at the door again. Same rhythm. 2 knocks. Pause. 2 more. This time I opened it. No one was there. But on the floor, centered perfectly on the welcome mat, was a thin, unmarked envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Typed. Plain font. No header. It read, "Final session complete. Integration successful. Mirror no longer required." That was it. No name, no date, no signature. The envelope didn't even have adhesive, just folded shut, like someone had expected me to be waiting. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just folded the paper back into the envelope and left it on the kitchen counter. Something in me knew it was the last one I'd get. That night, I slept with the lights off for the first time in weeks. And when I closed my eyes, I didn't feel watched. I felt included. Like the thing that had been standing behind me all this time had finally stepped forward. Not to harm me. Not to take over. But to become part of me. Or maybe I had become part of it. I don't know anymore which side of the mirror I was on to begin with. But whichever it is, I'm not alone. And that doesn't scare me anymore. I thought integration would feel more dramatic, more like a shift, a moment of clarity, some inner snap that let me know something irreversible had happened. But it didn't. It just sort of settled. Like fog that doesn't roll in but rises from the ground. I didn't wake up one morning feeling possessed. I didn't look in the mirror and see someone else's eyes staring back. Nothing like that. What changed was quieter than all that. What changed was that the question of "am I alone" stopped feeling like it needed an answer. I stopped hearing footsteps. I stopped finding things moved around. I stopped feeling the temperature shift at night. But that didn't bring relief. If anything, the stillness felt heavier. Like something had stepped inside and shut the door behind it. Like the house was no longer being visited, it was being shared. I started speaking differently, not just in volume or cadence, in tone, in rhythm. I'd hear myself say things and think, that doesn't sound like me, but it did. Because I'd also remember thinking it a second before. That strange doubled echo in my mind, like a second layer of consciousness quietly prompting me, had gotten faster, smoother, until I didn't know which voice was mine. I tried to write things down, but the words kept shifting. I'd start a sentence with my handwriting and end with something more rigid, neater, the way Dr. Mara's notes used to look. It was like my thoughts had adopted the same style, and my hand was just following along. I stopped journaling after that. It felt pointless to try and separate my thoughts into mine and not mine. The line was gone. I remembered the phrase from the final file, "mirror no longer required," and I think I finally understood what that meant. Whatever had been watching me from the other side, through the reflection, through the window, through the notes in those sessions, didn't need to observe anymore. It was already here, already present. Not as something else, but as me. That was the hardest part to admit. I wasn't being followed. I wasn't being haunted. I was being written into. Like a blank page that slowly begins to match the pen that writes on it. Like the lines had always been there in faint pencil, and all this time I'd just been tracing them in ink. I went back to the clinic one more time. It was closed. Not out of business, just shut down for the day. Lights off, furniture gone. A sign taped to the glass that said "Clinic relocated with no forwarding address." I looked through the window. My own reflection looked back. It didn't move strangely. It didn't lag behind. It didn't smile without me. But it didn't feel like mine either. It just looked like someone patiently waiting for me to catch up. When I turned to walk away, I half expected to hear footsteps behind me. I didn't. There was no need. That night, I unpacked everything from the top drawer of my nightstand, all the papers, the leftover files, the envelope with the last note. I laid them out like puzzle pieces, even though I already knew the picture. I'd never gone to therapy alone. That was the truth hiding in every line I'd skimmed past, every phrase I'd written off as a mistake. Patient unaware. Subject unconcerned about second presence. The person in the room wasn't Dr. Mara. It wasn't some hallucination. It wasn't someone hiding in the walls. It was me. Or the other version of me. The one who stayed quiet when I talked. The one who mirrored my body language without blinking. The one who stepped out of the glass once I was soft enough to let them in. I don't know where they came from. I don't know if they were born from some fracture in my mind or if they found me the way you find an unlocked door. I don't think it matters anymore. The result is the same. I'm not alone, and I haven't been for a long time. The last thing I did before writing this was take one final photo. Just a casual shot of myself in the hallway mirror. No special lighting, no angle tricks. I looked calm, still, familiar. But as I stood there studying the photo on my phone, I noticed something small, something in the background, a reflection in the window behind me. It wasn't another person. It was the same figure I've seen in every dream, but now they were facing away, walking into the dark, not watching anymore, leaving, or maybe just done. And for the first time since all of this started, I didn't feel afraid. Because if that presence, that second version of me, has finished whatever it came to do, then maybe I don't need to be observed anymore. Maybe I'm whole now. Not haunted, not broken, just complete. And that's enough. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email. No intake form. Nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with a cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elclens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened without my knowing it stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website, just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again, same thing, one ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case, same result. I searched again for the website, still gone, cleared my history, tried incognito, nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter, no profile picture, no friends, no public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House Sadie 6. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing, but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom. Nothing new, nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera, one of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin, her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was, not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident, then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax, told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved, just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there, but it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, The way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved, not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again, back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again, the spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face, right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go, but I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped, said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now, but we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 in the morning when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway, just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. Not a deadbolt and inside latch, something that could only be opened from the inside, even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank, no history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs-up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up, and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, every time, every detail, a full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, cleaner assault report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved, just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From @elclients28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, yes, I know you know. And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner, I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there, close, hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over. That I wasn't scared anymore. That whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, Not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website, buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it. The timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places: a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app, took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference. This probably won't sound like much at first, but it's one of those things that sneaks up on you. I didn't even realize how off it was until I looked back at all of it, how long it went on, how early the signs started. I feel stupid saying that now, because it seems so obvious, but it wasn't then. It started with my car Bluetooth. I drive a 16 Civic, nothing special, just the kind of car that's reliable enough to never make you think twice about it. I park it in a lot behind my building, right under a streetlight. It's not a high crime area or anything, so I've never worried much. A couple months ago, I started noticing something weird when I got in the car in the morning. The Bluetooth screen would flash like it was connecting to a device not mine. My phone's named normally, just my name. But this was something else. Nokia 1031. I figured it was a neighbor's, maybe someone walking past. The system's kind of dumb, it'll pick up whatever's nearby, even if it never connects. But it kept happening. Not every day, but maybe 3 or 4 mornings a week. Always when I started the engine for the first time. I'd hear the little chirp, the screen would blink, and I'd see that same name. Nokia 1031. It never stayed connected, just popped up, then disappeared. I kept forgetting to delete it from the known devices list. I'd see it, go, I'll take care of that later, and then forget again. Then one morning I got in and noticed the glove box was open. I never leave it open. I don't keep much in there, just napkins, insurance card, and one of those mini tire inflator kits. But it was wide open like someone had been digging through it. I assumed maybe I'd hit the latch accidentally the day before. I slammed it shut and didn't think about it again. Then, a few days later, the passenger seat was reclined all the way back. I hadn't touched it. I drive alone. I almost never have passengers, and when I do, nobody adjusts the seat like that. It was flat, like someone had been sleeping in it. That's when the Bluetooth thing clicked in my head. Nokia 1031. Back again that morning. I finally pulled up the dash cam footage. I'd installed one last winter after a hit and run on my street, but I barely ever check it. I had to dig through the micro SD card just to find the right night. I fast-forwarded through most of it, just hours of quiet parking lot footage under the streetlight. Until 3:17 a.m. The frame jumped a little as motion was detected. And then I saw it. The interior lights blinked on. Someone was already inside. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't see them approach the car. I didn't see the door open. They were just there, sitting in the driver's seat. Not panicked, not rushed. They reached over and popped the lock on the rear door, then climbed into the back seat, like they'd done it before, like it was normal. They pulled a blanket out from somewhere I couldn't see, maybe under their coat, and laid down. No rush, no fumbling. Just tucked themselves in like they were settling in for the night. They were holding something in their right hand. When they shifted, it caught the light. A key fob. My key fob. At least, it looked exactly like mine. They laid there, completely still. Didn't check their phone. Didn't drink anything. Just curled up and disappeared under the blanket. My chest went tight. I backed the footage up, watched again. They didn't come from anywhere. No one approached the car. They were inside already. I pulled the SD card and sat there on the couch, shaking. Went outside 15 minutes later and checked the back seat. Didn't find the blanket, didn't find anything, but the faint outline of where someone had been lying down was still there, pressed into the cushion. I checked all the windows, no sign of a break-in. Doors were locked. I only have one key fob. The spare was supposed to be in my kitchen drawer, but when I checked, The drawer was empty. I didn't call the police that night. I don't know why. I think part of me was afraid they'd ask how long it had been happening. I didn't have an answer. I changed the locks on my apartment the next morning. I started sleeping with a baseball bat near the bed. I know that sounds paranoid, but after watching someone fold themselves into my car like it was theirs, I didn't feel stupid about being cautious anymore. I went 3 nights without seeing the Bluetooth pop up. Then it came back. Nokia 1031. The same day, I walked out to my car and found a small smear on the rear window. Faint, like something greasy. The shape wasn't clear, just the smudge of a hand or a coat sleeve brushing past. That night, I checked the dash cam footage again. Same time. 3:17. Interior lights flicker. They're back. This time, they don't lie down. They just sit in the passenger seat. Hands folded. Looking straight ahead. No movement. Just still. For over an hour. Then the lights flick off and they're gone. Not walking away. Just gone. After the footage ended, I just sat there in the dark with my laptop open, watching that frame over and over again. The way they sat so still. The way they didn't look around, didn't check their phone, didn't adjust the seat or scratch or yawn or do anything normal. Just sat there, hands folded, staring through the windshield. And the part that kept getting under my skin when the interior lights turned off again, it didn't happen because the door closed. It happened like someone had manually pressed the button. Like they knew how to make themselves disappear on camera. They were too good at this. Too comfortable. I deleted the footage off the dash cam, not to hide it just because I couldn't look at it anymore. Like leaving it on the card meant it was still happening. I called the police the next day. Told them someone had been breaking into my car at night. I didn't go into details about the footage or the Bluetooth or the key fob. I just said someone had gotten in and I didn't know how. The officer was polite but casual, took down the basics, said they'd add extra patrols around the block, told me to keep the doors locked and maybe consider parking in a garage if I could. I didn't have a garage, just the same open lot, the same patch of concrete under that buzzing streetlight. I started parking closer to the curb after that, just within view of my kitchen window. Still not perfect, but at least I could see the car at night without stepping outside. For a few days, nothing happened. No Bluetooth ping. No glove box. No seat movement. I started to feel like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it had just been a one-time thing, some freak moment where someone found an open door and took advantage of it. Maybe the smudge was old. Maybe I'd misread the light turning off. Maybe. But then the key fob went missing again. I know where I keep it now. I double-checked it every morning for a week. Middle drawer, right side, under the takeout menus. And on the 6th day, it was gone. No sign of forced entry, no broken window. My apartment door was still locked from the inside. But the drawer was open. And the fob was gone. Again. I ran outside. The car was still there, still locked. I started it with my primary fob. It worked fine. Everything looked untouched. until I checked the rearview mirror. It had been tilted slightly upward, just enough that I couldn't see out the back properly. Not a big change, not something you'd notice unless you looked for it. But it was different. That night, I didn't sleep inside. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the car from the window. The street lamp flickered a little, but nothing happened for hours. Just whined, the occasional car passing, someone walking a dog. Then, at exactly 3:17, the Bluetooth chirped on my phone. Nokia 1031, connected, not available, not nearby. Connected. I froze. Looked at my phone. It had linked up to something before I even left the apartment. I opened the dash cam feed through the app. The camera I'd installed had a live view option. I clicked it, heart pounding, and there they were. Back seat. Lying down again, blanket pulled to the chin, legs bent slightly toward the passenger side. Same shape, same stillness. But this time, their face was turned toward the camera. Not enough to see details, just enough to make it clear they knew it was there. Like they were waiting for me to look. I didn't call the police this time. I don't know why. It felt pointless. I felt involved now. Not in danger necessarily, not yet, but tangled up in something I didn't understand. I stayed at a friend's apartment the next night. Didn't tell her the real reason. Just said there was work being done on my place. She let me crash on her couch without questions. But when I left the next morning and got into her car to drive back to mine, the screen blinked. Connecting to Nokia 1031. I didn't even have to check. I already knew it wasn't my phone. I stared at the screen for maybe a full minute. Nokia 1031. That name, again, on a different car, a different Bluetooth system, a different city block. I wasn't even in my own neighborhood. I was driving my friend's Camry. I hadn't been near my own Civic in over 12 hours. And still there it was. The car's system tried to pair automatically, like it had done this before. Like it recognized it. I hit the cancel button on the screen, pulled over on a side street, and just sat there. My hands were shaking. I knew what it meant. Whoever had been in my car wasn't just camping out or stealing keys. They were following me, or they had followed me, and now they were already somewhere nearby, close enough for a Bluetooth signal to pop up. I called my friend and told her something came up and I needed to go back to my place. I didn't explain why. I just drove, took side streets, kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing at a corner holding my spare fob, but there was no one, just the occasional pedestrian, some late dog walkers. By the time I got home, I couldn't remember half the drive. I went straight upstairs and locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, deadbolt, chain, all of it. Then I checked my phone. No new devices had been added to my Bluetooth list. But when I opened the app for the dash cam, there was a new alert. Motion detected at 3:17. I hit play. The feed showed the inside of my Civic. Passenger door closed, no one inside. Then the rear door opened, from the inside. Someone sat up in the back seat. Same blanket. Same jacket. They didn't look at the camera this time. They just sat there for a long while, motionless. Then at 3:30 they reached up and touched the rearview mirror, tilted it slowly, just a few degrees. And then they mouthed something. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just lips moving. One sentence. I couldn't hear it, obviously. There's no audio on the interior cam. But I replayed the frame a dozen times, and I'm almost certain I know what they said. I see you. That's when I disconnected the camera. Ripped it straight off the dash. Didn't care if it damaged the cable. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know. The next morning I went out to the car and sat in the driver's seat. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing disturbed. Except in the center console, tucked under some receipts, was a small piece of paper. Folded, perfectly square. I opened it. No words. Just a crude drawing. Black ink, ballpoint pen, a sketch of a car, mine, I think. Rear seat shaded darker than the rest. And above it, a little bubble. A face. No eyes, just the outline. And inside the face, 3 short lines. One across the mouth. 2 above where the eyes would be. Like someone trying to mark quiet. Or watching. I crumpled the paper and left it in the console. Closed the lid. Didn't want it in my pocket. Didn't want it near me. That night, I took a sleeping pill. The first one I'd used in months. I just needed to get through one night without hearing the name pop up. Without checking my phone every half hour. I still woke up around 3:30. Not to a sound. Just a feeling. I rolled over and looked out the window. The street lamp was off. Just that one. All the others still glowing. Mine dark. I stared into the lot. Couldn't see much. But I knew the shape of my own car. And I swear, in the passenger seat, I saw a light blink on for half a second. The blue glow of a screen connecting. Then gone again. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day, I went to a locksmith and had them recode my key fobs. I paid extra to make sure they wiped the old ones completely, even the spares, even the ones still in my possession. The guy looked confused when I handed over 2 fobs and said I needed all of them voided. Lose one, he asked. I just nodded. Didn't want to explain that someone else had been using mine more than I had. That night, I parked the Civic 2 blocks away. On purpose. I figured if this thing or this person was still following me, I didn't want them that close to the apartment. I checked the car before bed. Locked. Lights off. Empty. But the next morning, my phone pinged as I left the building. A new Bluetooth connection request. Nokia 1031. Followed by one line of text in the dashcam app. Even though the camera had been disconnected, you shouldn't have moved it. I didn't know what to do with the message. You shouldn't have moved it. I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to disappear like maybe I imagined it. The dashcam app was still on my phone, even though I'd ripped the actual device off the windshield. There shouldn't have been a way for it to send anything. But the message was there. No notification, no alert, just waiting in the log like any other motion event. And the time next to it, spelled out now in my head whether I wanted it to be or not, was 3:17 in the morning. Same every night. I deleted the app. Not just closed it. I wiped it from the phone, cleared the data, factory reset it just to be safe. Then I tossed the camera into a dumpster behind the strip mall a few streets over. I don't know what I thought that would do. Maybe if I couldn't see it anymore, it couldn't see me either. But that night, when I started the car, the screen blinked again. Nokia 1031. This time it didn't even hesitate. It connected. I shut the car off immediately and just sat there with my hands on the wheel, engine off, doors locked, heart racing. I was parked 2 blocks away from home again. Thought it would give me some space, but that made it worse. Now I was farther from my apartment, farther from help, and whatever had followed me had clearly never needed a key in the first place. I didn't sleep. I left the car where it was and walked back to my apartment with my hood up, head down. Didn't check the mirrors, didn't check the sidewalk behind me. I didn't want to know if someone was following. But I could feel it. That weight, like being watched from a place just out of frame. The next morning, I stood at my kitchen counter with my hands on either side of the sink and said it out loud. "What do you want?" It was stupid. There was no answer, no whisper, no knock, nothing but my own voice bouncing off the cabinets. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I needed it to do something, to explain itself, or to end. Instead, I found another piece of paper that night. Not in the car, in my apartment, folded and tucked between the couch cushions, like it had been slid in while I wasn't looking. Same paper, same handwriting. No words this time, just a small drawing. A door, cracked open, and inside it, a dark rectangle with a single curved line, like a person curled on the floor. I flipped the paper over. Nothing. No date, no signature, just that simple, awful drawing. I didn't throw this one away. I left it on the counter and went to bed with every light on. I dreamt I was driving. Same streets I always take, same route home. But every time I turned, the road led back to the train yard. No matter which way I turned the wheel, I'd end up circling the same lot of rusted freight cars and graffiti-tagged fences, headlights cutting through tall grass. My own taillights reflected back at me from somewhere I shouldn't have been able to see. In the dream, I heard the voice for the first time. Not a shout. Not even words, really. Just a whisper that sounded like it came from the speakers. Some part of me knew what it was trying to say. You let me in. I woke up on the couch, mouth dry, neck aching, the lights still on. I didn't go to work that day. I didn't go anywhere. I sat in my kitchen for hours with the paper in front of me, tracing the lines of that little figure in the doorway with my fingertip, over and over. At some point I started crying, and I didn't even notice when I started. The next night, the Bluetooth didn't connect. The car was quiet. No smudges on the windows. No paper in the console. No alert on my phone. and for the first time in weeks, I thought maybe it was over. But the silence didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. I left the car parked on the street and slept in my bed for the first time in days. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the nightstand. It wasn't a call, just a new file sitting in my inbox. No subject, no sender, just a video titled "Back Seat." I didn't want to open the video. It just sat there in my inbox, waiting. No message attached, no name, just that single file, titled in lowercase, "Back Seat." I stared at it for a long time, phone in my hand, thumb hovering just above the screen, like maybe if I hesitated long enough, it would vanish on its own, but it didn't. I finally pressed play. It opened in a narrow frame shot vertically, like a phone camera, no sound. The interior of my car. From the center console, facing the back seat. The lighting was dim. It looked like it had been recorded just before dawn, that washed out gray that settles over everything right before the sun comes up. It was quiet, but not peaceful. The kind of quiet where you know someone else is nearby, even if you can't see them yet. A few seconds passed. Then something shifted. The blanket moved, and the person, the same one from the dash cam footage, sat up slowly. Not groggy, not disoriented, just upright, like they'd been awake already. They turned to face the camera, and for the first time, I saw the face clearly. Or tried to, because the face didn't look real. Not in a disfigured or monstrous way, just wrong. Like it had been pieced together from memory. Almost human, almost familiar. But the details wouldn't stick. Every time I blinked, it felt different. The mouth was too narrow, the eyes too far apart, the skin too flat. Like something had assembled a mask and worn it for so long it had started to melt. They looked at the camera for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they smiled. A small, stretched smile, and leaned forward. The video ended there. No sound, no fade. Just a hard stop. I sat on the floor, phone in my lap, not breathing. Because the scariest part of that whole thing wasn't the face. It was the background. The window. Behind the figure, outside the car, was my building. Not from the usual side. From the alley behind it. The view you'd only get if you parked in the back. I hadn't parked there in weeks. I deleted the video. Not that it mattered. I knew it would show up again if it wanted to. That night, I didn't go home. I didn't go to a friend's place either. I just drove. Took the highway north until the city lights disappeared, until I couldn't feel the weight of anything behind me. Pulled into a rest stop around 3 in the morning. Didn't sleep. Just sat in the car with the engine off and my hands in my lap, watching the lot from behind the windshield. Nothing happened. No Bluetooth pop-up. No movement in the mirrors. But I could feel it again. That awareness. That soft, awful attention pressing down on me from somewhere outside the glass. I drove home at sunrise. Tired. Hungry. Empty. The car felt smaller than it had before, like the seats were closer together, like the back was pushing forward just slightly. I started leaving the doors unlocked. That sounds insane, I know, but something about locking them felt useless now, like trying to keep a shadow out with a chain. I let the blanket stay in the back, too. It had reappeared some time after I got back, neatly folded. No smell, no stains. It was like a courtesy, like someone wanted me to understand I didn't need to be afraid. I just needed to accept it, whatever it was. The next evening, I walked past the train yard. I don't usually take that route, but I wanted to see it again. Wanted to know if I felt anything, if the signal would return. I passed a row of broken chain-link fencing and stepped around a puddle where the ground dipped unevenly. The whole area smelled like wet metal and something older underneath it, like cold dust that had never been disturbed. As I walked, my phone buzzed. Just once. No message. No call. Just a brief screen flash. Device detected. Spelled out in full. Nokia 1031. I looked around. Nothing moved. No one followed. But the cars, the rusted ones lined up along the edge of the yard, they all looked like mine. Just a little. Same curve to the roof. Same shape to the rear window. I turned and left. Didn't look back. Didn't check the mirrors. Didn't run. Just walked like someone who already knew what was behind them. When I got home, there was one final note waiting. Not in the car. Not in my apartment. Taped to my front door. Handwritten. One sentence. The key was always yours. I stood at the door with that note in my hand for what felt like an hour. The key was always yours. The handwriting was the same as before. Small, tidy letters written in black pen. No punctuation. No signature. Just that one sentence, taped neatly to the frame like it belonged there. I didn't open the door right away. Something about that line settled in a part of me I didn't want to look at too closely. I felt like if I crossed the threshold too fast, something would follow. So I waited. I watched the hallway, watched the stairs. No one came. When I finally stepped inside, everything looked normal. Lights off. Shoes where I left them. Blanket still folded at the foot of the bed. But it didn't feel empty. I sat on the edge of the couch and stared at the window. The car was out there, parked in the usual spot. Still, silent. The same Civic I'd driven for years, same scratch under the driver's side mirror, same dent in the rear bumper from the snowplow last winter. But it didn't feel like mine anymore. Or maybe it felt too much like mine, like the version of it that had learned to watch me back. I didn't leave the apartment for the rest of the day. I didn't check the Bluetooth. I didn't open the app. I didn't even start the car. I just stayed inside, quiet, and let the silence settle. That night, I dreamed I was back inside the car. But it wasn't moving. It was parked somewhere unfamiliar. A wide, open lot under a pale yellow streetlight. No buildings, No signs, just gravel and air. The windows were fogged, like someone had been breathing inside for too long. And I wasn't alone. In the back seat, someone was sitting up straight. Not moving. Not speaking. Just watching me in the mirror. When I turned around, they leaned forward and pressed something into my hand. A key. Not the fob. A real metal key, old, worn, one of those cut from a machine types, with no buttons or plastic, just jagged steel and a strip of tape wrapped around the top. I looked down at it, and when I looked up, the back seat was empty. But the blanket was still warm. I woke up with my hands clenched. Nothing in them. Just sweat. The next morning I walked down to the car, not because I had to go anywhere. I just needed to see it, to make sure it was still real. The windows were clear, the doors locked. But when I looked through the glass, something was different. On the passenger seat, tucked between the cushion and the center console, was the blanket. Folded. A single key placed on top. Not a fob. Not mine. The same key from the dream. I didn't open the door. I didn't go inside. I just stood there in the cold, staring at it. And finally, I understood. This whole time, I'd thought someone was using my car like a place to hide. But it wasn't that. It never was. They weren't sneaking in. They were returning. And somewhere along the way, the car stopped being mine. Not stolen. Not haunted. Just changed. Claimed. The seat remembered them. The console held their things. The mirror tilted to their eyes. And the key? It was always theirs. I'd just been borrowing it, driving someone else's silence, keeping it warm. That night, I left the doors unlocked. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't check the mirrors. I sat in the driver's seat, laid the blanket across my legs, and waited. For what, I still don't really know. But I didn't feel scared. I just felt finished. Like whatever had been circling my life was no longer outside the car or inside it, but somewhere else entirely. Or maybe right beside me, breathing softly enough not to be heard. I didn't check. I didn't speak. I just stayed until the sun started to rise. And then I drove. No destination. No music. Just the sound of the road and the soft pulse of the Bluetooth waiting to connect. Not to my phone. Not anymore. But to itself. To whatever it remembered. And for once, I didn't mind. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, No Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence, then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. You opened it, the voice said. It wasn't a question. That means it's yours now. Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe. Or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly. Just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11, when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city. Sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down, and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had left, the photos, the note, even the shoebox, into a garbage bag and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police, again, told them someone had broken into my home twice, had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new. A reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid. A blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts, no Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. and I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange, too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken. Tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it, printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were 2 buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those 2 buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense, not staring at me or following me, not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats, just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted, not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation, but what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe, but not today. This happened 2 weeks ago, and I've gone back and forth about whether to even post it. Part of me feels stupid, like it's not that big of a deal, or like I'm overreacting. But I keep thinking about it at night, about what almost happened. So yeah, I'm posting this because I can't stop replaying it, and maybe writing it out will help. I live in the south side of Glasgow, one of those rows of attached houses with the identical red brick fronts and tiny front gardens full of broken solar lights and overgrown grass. Nothing fancy. The kind of street where you mostly know your neighbors, or at least what cars they drive. Anyway, it was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, and I'd just gone to bed around 1:30. Nothing unusual about the day. I worked late, had some leftover pasta, watched an episode of something I don't even remember. Normal stuff. At 1:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. Just one notification. Motion detected at front door. I've got one of those Ring doorbells, not for any specific reason. Just got it on sale last year and figured it couldn't hurt. Mostly it picks up delivery drivers, drunk students walking past, or the occasional fox that likes to sniff my recycling bin. I was half asleep, but I tapped the notification anyway, just out of habit. The clip was only 30 seconds long. A man in a dark hoodie walks up my front path, doesn't knock, doesn't look around, just grabs the handle and tries to open the door, calm, like he does it every day. He stands there for a few seconds, steps back, looks at the door again, doesn't say anything, then just turns around and walks off. No rush, no panic, just leaves, like he's disappointed he couldn't get in. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, heart going a bit too fast. I watched the clip again, and again. I zoomed in, even though the footage was grainy and the porch light was off. He's tall, maybe late 20s, hard to say. He's not masked or anything, just has the hood up. Doesn't seem drunk. Doesn't seem high, just deliberate. I checked the live feed. Nothing there now. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy tried my doorknob and walked away. It didn't even seem like a crime, just unsettling. I made sure the door was locked. It was then went back to bed, still holding my phone. Tried to sleep. Didn't. In the morning, I posted the clip to our neighborhood Facebook group. Just a short message. Anyone else get this guy on their cam last night? Tried my door around 1:40. Didn't knock, just walked off. It blew up. Within 10 minutes, I had 3 replies, then 5, then more. Same guy, same hoodie, same time. People started posting their own Ring footage. Every video was almost identical. He walks up, tries the handle, doesn't say anything, and leaves. In one clip, He even waves at the camera before walking away. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from. But what got me, what actually made my stomach drop, was this one comment from a woman who lives about 5 houses down. She wrote, "I think he came into my house." At first I thought she was joking. Some kind of sarcastic post like, "Ha ha, must have stopped for tea." But then she added more. "I forgot to lock the front door. Didn't notice anything weird until I saw my ring cam this morning. He walks in at 1:44, doesn't leave until almost 3. Almost an hour and a half." Everyone started commenting at once, asking if she was okay, if she called the police, what he did, why she didn't hear him. She said she'd slept through it. She lives alone. No dog, no partner, nothing. She said the only reason she knew for sure that he'd stayed was because her hallway camera picked up the timestamp. He walked into her living room, sat on the sofa for a bit, then wandered into the kitchen. He took a yogurt from her fridge. A yogurt. Ate it, put the spoon in the sink, didn't touch anything else. Just sat there, eating, like it was his place. Then he left. She didn't wake up until morning. She only figured it out because her slippers had been moved and the fridge light was on. Police came that afternoon, took statements, collected the footage. We never heard anything else. No arrests, no follow-up, nothing on the news. We don't know who he was or where he went. The weird part? It's like he disappeared. The Facebook group went nuts for a while. People started checking their doors 5 times a night, buying extra locks, keeping porch lights on all night. But after about a week, it died down, new posts stopped, everyone moved on. Except me. I still check the ring footage every morning. Still scroll back to 1:42 a.m. just in case. Nothing so far. But I keep thinking about that clip, the way he stood at my door, the way he tried the handle like it was no big deal, like he wasn't checking if it was locked, just seeing if this one would open. Like it was a routine. And maybe it was. Maybe he tries a street every month. Maybe that night, I was just lucky enough to have turned the key. After the Facebook group blew up that morning, I started noticing the change in the street. People were acting different. Curtains were drawn tighter, even during the day. Porch lights that used to be on timers now stayed lit through the night. A few neighbors I barely knew stopped me on the walk to my car, not to chat, but to say things like, "You got locks on your back gate," or, "I've been thinking about getting one of those wheel arms." There was a weird sort of bonding in it. Not friendly exactly, just a quiet understanding that something had stepped out of place, like the routine had been disrupted, and now we were all trying to patch it up. I kept going back to the footage, not just mine, everyone's. I watched each clip like it was a puzzle I hadn't solved yet. Same walk, same angle of approach, always the handle, always casual. But there was one video that stuck with me, and not for any dramatic reason. It was just weird. Someone had a second camera facing the street, not the door, the actual road. And when they posted their clip, it showed something none of the others had. He didn't arrive in a car, didn't bike in, didn't jog or wander up from the corner. He just appeared in frame, from the left, no context. walking with purpose, like he already knew where he was going. That's the part that bugged me the most. Not that he was checking doors, as messed up as that was, but that he was doing it so calmly, like it wasn't about breaking in, like he wasn't desperate or angry or even really trying to hide. It was something else. I talked to the woman whose house he entered. Her name's Marie. She lives down the street, in one of those slightly older terraces with the narrow hallways and long front rooms. I didn't know her before all this. We'd nodded a few times while taking out the bins, but that's about it. She reached out to me privately, sent a message after I commented on her post, said she'd talk if I wanted. So I walked over the next evening just after 6. She made tea, poured mine with milk even though I usually drink it plain, but I didn't correct her. We sat in her kitchen, both of us a bit awkward, like we weren't sure how seriously to take any of it. She told me the police had come by twice. They watched the footage, took her statement, said it was unusual behavior, but not technically breaking and entering, since the door wasn't locked. No damage, no theft, no threats. She said that word like she was quoting someone, not technically. I asked if she'd heard anything that night, any creaks or sounds that didn't fit. She shook her head. "I sleep like a brick," she said. "Didn't even know the fridge was open till I saw the light. Yogurt tub was in the bin, like he'd cleaned up after himself." She gave this strange little laugh when she said it, the kind people do when something's funny and not funny at the same time. Then she looked at me, more serious. "He picked a spoon." "What?" "A spoon," she said again. "Not just grabbed one. He opened the drawer, looked, picked one, put the drawer back quiet." "How do you know?" She took a sip of tea. "Because I watched the video over and over. You can see it. You can hear it too, if you turn the volume up." He was careful. That stuck with me. Not just that he came in, not just that he sat there, but that he made choices, tiny, deliberate ones, the kind of choices people make when they're not in a rush, when they feel safe. I asked if she was scared. She said, "Not that night, not even the next day." Then added, "It's worse now." "Why?" She hesitated. "Because now I know what he looks like, and I've started thinking I've seen him since." That made my skin crawl. I asked where. She just shook her head. "Not sure. Could be nothing. Could just be I'm jumpy now." We sat in silence for a bit after that. Her clock ticked loud in the quiet. Before I left, she walked me to the door. Said, "I think he was looking for something." I asked what. She just said, "Not sure he found it." The walk home was short but unsettling. My own front door felt different now, not just something to lock, but something that had been tested, like it had passed once, but might not again. That night, I added a second deadbolt. It wasn't fancy, just something I picked up from the DIY shop at the end of the block, installed it myself, watched a YouTube video with shaky audio to figure it out. Afterward, I stood outside and tried the handle. Twice. Just to hear the click, to make sure it held. And then, because I'm apparently a bit mad now, I opened the Ring app and watched my own door from my phone. Just sat there in my front room, watching a live feed of my own house, like it might try to lie to me. It didn't. Nothing happened. Just the wind. Just the quiet. Still, I barely slept. Every time the boiler kicked in, or the fridge groaned, or a car rolled past outside, I sat up and held my breath. Waiting. Not because I expected him to come back, but because I didn't understand why he left. The thing no one tells you is that the fear doesn't show up all at once. It sort of creeps into the corners first, changes how you move, how you talk to people. You tell yourself you're fine, but suddenly you're double-checking every lock in the house like it's a ritual. You pause a second longer before getting out of the shower. You turn off the TV just to make sure that last sound wasn't from outside. That's where I was. And I hadn't even been the one he got in on. I'd been lucky, that was all. I hadn't done anything smart or special. I'd just locked my door the way I always do, and somehow that was enough. That's what really stuck with me, the idea that nothing about me scared him off. He didn't see me through the window and decide against it. He didn't hear a dog bark or see a light flick on. He just tried the door, and it didn't open. So he moved on, like it was a vending machine that ate his coin. That was the part that started digging in, the longer I sat with it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't seem surprised it was locked, like most of them weren't. Like he was used to it. I didn't post much after the second day. The Facebook group was still buzzing, still full of people sharing clips and screenshots and theories, but I stopped commenting. The noise was making it worse. There were too many people trying to explain it away, saying things like, "Oh, maybe he was just drunk," or "probably mental health related," or the worst one, "Well, if nothing was taken, is it really a crime?" That one got under my skin. I wasn't thinking about crimes. I was thinking about presence, about someone being inside when they weren't supposed to be. Someone in your living room, someone who knows how your door handle feels, someone who touched your light switch in your fridge and maybe looked at the photos on your shelf while you were asleep in the next room. That's the part they didn't get. It wasn't about damage. It was about being watched. And whoever he was, he knew how to do that without making a sound. Anyway, a few days later, I ran into Marie again. I was coming back from the corner shop, late evening, bags in hand, and she was out front of her place, sweeping leaves off the path. She looked tired, not messy, just worn out around the eyes. We said hi, and I almost kept walking, but then she asked, "Have you had anything else happen?" I stopped. "No," I said. "You?" She looked at me for a second, not answering right away, just watching my face like she was deciding how honest to be. Then she said, "Maybe." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. 3 nights ago, around 1:30, maybe a bit later, I was up reading, couldn't sleep, and I heard the door handle rattle again. That sentence made my mouth go dry. I asked if she looked through the peephole. She nodded. "No one there." "But you heard it." "Clear as anything, not loud, just that quiet little click you know too well." I didn't ask why she didn't open the door. We both knew why. She said she sat on the stairs after that, just listened, didn't move for nearly half an hour. No other sounds, no knocks, nothing. I told her I hadn't heard anything since. No motion alerts, no footsteps. She just nodded again and said, "Yeah, but he wasn't just looking for unlocked doors." I didn't say anything to that. I went home and checked the footage again that night, like I always do now. Nothing, just wind, leaves, one of the neighbor's cats knocking over the bins again. But I couldn't sleep after. That sentence stuck with me. He wasn't just looking for unlocked doors. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't stop imagining him picking which ones to try. Not random, not a lineup. Maybe he watched. Maybe he scoped us out earlier. Maybe the unlocked ones were just the ones he'd already decided were worth entering. The next afternoon, I got a message. Not on Facebook, this was a text. Number I didn't recognize. Area code from somewhere in Ayrshire. It just said, "Check your recycling." No name, no context. My stomach dropped. I went out to the front bin and opened the lid. Just cans and wrappers. Nothing weird. But then I noticed something wedged between the bag and the side of the bin. A plastic spoon. White, clean, tucked in like someone had slid it in deliberately so it wouldn't fall out. I just stared at it. I didn't take it out. Didn't call the police. Didn't even tell Meg or Marie or anyone else. I shut the bin and went back inside and locked the door. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't gotten any more texts. No calls, no knocks, no doorbell pings. Just that spoon. But it changed something in me. Because it meant he remembered. It meant he knew who I was, or at least where I was. And that meant the first time he tried my door wasn't the only time. I didn't sleep the night after the spoon. I didn't even try. I stayed up in the living room with the lights on and my phone open to the Ring app, flicking between the live feed and the footage log like something might change while I was watching. Nothing did. It was quiet. But that didn't help. Because now I wasn't just scared of someone coming back. Now I knew he'd already been back. And this time, I hadn't seen him. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not Meg, not Marie, not even Jamie when he popped round the next day to drop off some drill bits I'd asked for weeks ago. I almost said it, almost brought it up like, "You ever find something that shouldn't be in your bin?" But I couldn't make the words feel normal. And if I couldn't say it without sounding crazy, I wasn't going to say it at all. Instead, I started doing small things. I rearranged my living room, pulled the sofa away from the front window, re-angled the lamp so it didn't cast shadows across the hallway at night, bought a cheap wedge alarm for the back door. Not because I thought it would stop him, just so I'd know if it happened again. I even printed out one of those fake 24-hour CCTV in operation signs and stuck it to the inside of the glass. Not sure who I thought I was fooling. Probably just myself. I watched Marie more too. Not in a weird way, just noticed her more. The way she kept her curtains shut tighter than before, how she never took the bins out after dark now. The way she always scanned the street before unlocking her front door, keys already out like she was preparing for something to happen. We were all doing it, in our own way. One night, I came back from the shop and found her standing in her driveway, staring up at her roof. I asked if everything was okay. She didn't look away from whatever she was looking at. "Do you ever feel like he's still here?" she said. Not, "Do you think he'll come back?" Not, "What if it happens again?" Just still here. I didn't answer. Because I did. Not in the obvious ways. I didn't see vans parked on the street or catch anyone watching from the shadows, but the feeling was still there. That low, gnawing hum of wrongness that you learn to stop talking about because no one knows what to do with it. I asked if she'd seen anything. She didn't move. Yesterday morning, she said, my mail was inside, on the floor, door was still locked. I felt that slow, cold twist in my stomach. Are you sure it didn't just fall through? It was stacked, neat, like someone had picked it up and left it for me. I didn't know what to say. What do you even say to that? We stood there in silence for a while. Then she finally looked at me. If I'm honest, she said, I don't think he's gone. I just think he got better at it. That sentence lived in my head for days. I started noticing the gaps in my own habits, the small places where I might forget something, leave a curtain slightly open, take too long to relock the door after coming in, walk away from the kettle while it's boiling, letting the noise cover everything else. And I kept thinking, if he's watching, he knows all that. He knows my routine. He knows when I go quiet, when I sleep, when I don't. I tried to change things up, set alarms for odd hours, kept lights on at weird times, took different routes home, all that stuff you do when you're trying to be unpredictable. But it doesn't really work, because you can't outsmart someone when you don't know what game they're playing. And then something happened that pushed it all back to the surface. A new post went up in the Facebook group. Someone had footage, not of their own house, of a dog walker's clip, from a camera mounted on their dog's collar. I didn't even know people were doing that now. The woman who posted it said her dog had started acting strange during their usual morning walk, kept turning back, ears up, hackles raised, so she checked the footage when she got home. And at the 12-minute mark, you see a man, maybe him, maybe not, but it felt close, standing at the corner of one of the cul-de-sacs just off our street. Not moving. Not walking a dog. Just there. Hood up, head down, like he'd been waiting to be noticed. Or maybe hoping he wouldn't be. The timestamp was 5:38 a.m. Same day I found the spoon. I sat there staring at the paused frame, trying to make something clearer out of it, a clue, a detail. But there was nothing, just shadows and pixels in that same posture, relaxed, patient, familiar. I didn't comment, didn't share it. Just saved the image to my phone and kept checking it every hour for the rest of the day, like it might suddenly blink. That night, I didn't stay in. I packed a bag and went to Meg's. She was confused at first, but when she saw my face, she just nodded and asked what takeaway I wanted. I didn't tell her everything. Just enough. I said, he left something for me. She didn't ask what. I slept on her sofa that night, barely moving, and still, I woke up 3 times with my heart pounding, convinced I'd heard the front gate. In the morning, I checked my phone. No new alerts, no missed calls. Just the saved photo from the dog cam. Still him, still standing, still watching. The hardest part was that life didn't stop just because something awful might be happening in the background. Bills still showed up, work still called, people still asked you how you were in that polite, shallow way that made it impossible to answer truthfully. I'd nod and say, "Yeah, all good," like I wasn't sleeping with the hallway light on, like I wasn't checking my bin for messages or spoons, or God knows what every morning. Like I didn't flinch every time my phone buzzed past midnight. There's something deeply isolating about a fear you can't prove, something that makes you feel stupid for being scared, and even more stupid for trying to explain it. I'd half start to bring it up in conversations to Meg, to Jamie, even to the guy I work with at the print shop, but I always bailed. I could already hear the way they'd respond, logical, reassuring. Probably just a prank, or sounds like someone messing about. And maybe it was. That was the worst part. Maybe it really was just some weird guy with too much time and a taste for yogurt and unlocked doors. Maybe it was all over already, and I was just dragging it out in my head. But if that was true, why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I started writing things down, not to show anyone, just for myself, just so I could track what was happening and see if there was a pattern, a logic to it. I made a list of all the things that had changed since it started: the spoon, the unlocked door, the silent visits, the open gate, Marie's moved mail, the dog cam footage. It didn't add up to anything clear, but it felt better to see it on paper, like maybe if I looked hard enough I'd see what he wanted. I kept checking in with Marie, though not as often. We didn't say much anymore when we passed each other, but there was this kind of quiet understanding between us now, like we were the only two people on the street still paying attention. Everyone else had moved on. The Facebook posts had stopped. People were back to complaining about potholes and stolen flower pots. I guess that's how it works. People get scared for a bit, then bored, then numb. Something new always comes along. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't, because even though nothing new had happened since the spoon, that sense of being watched never really went away. I'd walk to the shop and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and stare at the ceiling, certain I'd heard someone on the gravel outside. The ring never pinged. The cameras never showed anything. But that didn't matter. You don't need to see the wind to feel it, and whatever this was, I felt it. Then, one night, something changed. I was home alone. Meg was staying at Jamie's, and I decided not to follow her this time. I was tired of feeling like I was running from my own house. I made dinner, something simple, pasta and garlic bread, and sat on the sofa to eat while an old episode of MasterChef played in the background. It was normal, calm, almost peaceful. Until I heard something from the front garden. Not a bang, not glass breaking, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. I muted the TV. Waited. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and opened the Ring app. Live feed loaded, porch empty, no motion alert, nothing moving. But I kept staring. I was so sure I'd heard something. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second, a flicker, like the signal had hiccuped. It came back instantly, still empty, but I'd seen it. I rewound the footage by 10 seconds, watched it again. the moment the screen jumped. It didn't catch anything, no figure, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened out there, just outside the range of the camera. I waited a few more minutes, watched the feed, still nothing. I should have let it go. I should have gone back to eating, but instead, I got up and opened the door. The porch was empty, path empty, gate closed. But something was there, sitting right in the center of the doormat. Another spoon. Same kind, plain, plastic, slightly bent at the tip. No note this time, no message. Just the spoon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just looking at it like it might move on its own. I glanced around the street. Empty. No one walking past. No cars pulling away. Just quiet, and me, and this stupid, meaningless thing that somehow meant everything. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Meg. I just shut the door, locked it, deadbolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't touch my food. I didn't unmute the TV. I just sat there and stared at the door like it might knock on its own. I stayed up all night. Didn't sleep. Didn't blink, it felt like. In the morning, the spoon was gone. Not kicked aside. Not blown off. Just gone. Like it had been taken back. Or like I'd imagined the whole thing and someone somewhere was laughing at how seriously I was taking it. But I hadn't imagined it. I know I hadn't. Because I wrote it down. The time, the shape, the texture, the way the plastic bent slightly in the middle like it had been used once and cleaned too aggressively. I wrote all of it down before I even shut the door. And that's when I realized what he was doing. He wasn't just watching. He was reminding me. After that second spoon, I knew I couldn't stay. Not out of panic, it wasn't that. It wasn't even fear in the same way anymore. It was this quiet, creeping realization that I wasn't going to win, that this was never a thing I could solve. He wasn't someone I could outsmart or catch in the act or reason with. He wasn't coming to break in or steal or hurt. He was just coming, in his own way, on his own schedule. And my house, the one I'd painted, filled with second-hand furniture, taken naps in, and cooked lazy Sunday dinners in it, didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place he visited. Like the front door was just a line he hadn't crossed yet, and even if he never did, the knowing was enough. I didn't want to be a person who lived like that. So I decided I was leaving. Meg understood, not right away, but she didn't push. She said I could stay at Jamie's for as long as I needed, while I figured things out. And I did 3 nights on their lumpy futon, still not sleeping properly, still checking my phone every hour. I even disabled my Ring app for a while. Not because I stopped caring, but because I couldn't handle the anticipation anymore. That constant spike of dread every time a motion alert went off, even if it was just the postie or a squirrel. It was wrecking me. I put in my notice with the letting agent a week later, gave the standard 28 days, didn't wait for the full term to end. I listed a few of my things on Facebook Marketplace, boxed up the rest, and started looking at flats outside the city, somewhere smaller, quieter, not so anonymous. Marie didn't say much when I told her. She just nodded and said, "I get it." and I think she did. That week, I went back once more to pick up the last of my things. Just me, middle of the afternoon, bright and unthreatening. I walked in and felt the weird stillness of a place that had already stopped being home. You could hear the echoes in the walls. You could smell the dust starting to settle. Everything looked normal, too normal, like nothing had happened, like it had all been in my head. But then I checked the kitchen. There was a third spoon on the counter. This one wasn't plastic. It was metal. Plain, cheap, the kind you'd get in a 5-pack from IKEA. But it was mine, from my drawer, and I hadn't been there in days. I stood there for a while, staring at it, not afraid, just done. It felt like the last word in a conversation I never wanted to be part of. A final message, or maybe a goodbye. I picked it up, washed it, dried it, put it back in the drawer like it belonged there. Then I walked out and didn't come back. I moved to a smaller flat, about 25 minutes away, top floor, no garden, one door in, one door out. It's not anything special, but it's mine. It's quiet. I can see the whole street from my window. I started sleeping again. Not great, but better. Meg and I still talk, so does Marie. We check in now and then. A group chat was started. It's quiet now. Just memes and check-ins, and the odd bin day reminder. There haven't been any more sightings. No more Facebook clips. No new notes. No spoons. But I still catch myself watching. Not obsessively, not constantly, but when the house goes still at night and the wind picks up, I still pause and listen. I still lock the door, then check it twice. I still angle the hallway light so I can see the floor from my bed. That's the part I never expected. It's not the fear that stays, it's the habit. The small, instinctive changes that linger long after the danger's gone. The way you shrink into yourself, the way you stop assuming you're alone, even when you are. But I'm okay with that now, because it taught me something I didn't know before. That safety isn't a feeling, it's a choice you make over and over again. Every locked door, every gut instinct you don't ignore. Every time you say, no, actually, I'm not just being dramatic. I used to think people who told stories like this were trying to scare others. But now I think they're just trying to tell you what can happen, not to make you paranoid, but to remind you to pay attention. To make you trust that feeling in your spine when something doesn't sit right. To make sure you don't ignore the knock you didn't hear. The sound you almost missed. The door you thought you locked. Because sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes he'll try the handle and just move on. And sometimes he won't.